Mic check. Let's see if this is working. And now to check for Twitch. All right, awesome. Looks like everything is working. Fantastic. Hi, Meredith. From Sydney, Australia. That's awesome. Thanks for stopping by from Sydney. That's cool. And thank you. I'm glad you like the colors. Yeah, I like playing with different types of colors and color schemes, which I'm planning on doing today too. I'm going to start a new painting today, and hopefully finish it today. I'm trying to go for like a speed paint thing today. We'll see how it works out. Uh, yeah, just a little scatterbrain today. All right, let's get the. Hey, Luis from Barcelona. How you doing? Good to see you. All right, let's get the screens up. All right. I know, just a board at the moment, but that's where everything goes. Camera, can you find me? There we go. All right. All right, there we go. It looks pretty close. Full moon eclipse scatterbrain. Oh, is wait, I thought that eclipse is coming up in like 11 days or something, isn't it? I actually just bought eclipse glasses so I can look at it this time. There was an eclipse I don't remember, a year ago, a couple months ago, something like that, and I didn't have glasses for it. There we go. Now I don't look so washed out. Yeah. So today I'm going to be doing like I said, trying to do a speed paint portrait. Try to get it done in from start to finish. We'll see how it goes. The style I'm going for, while still my own style, of course, is going to be a little adjusted for the particular artist that I'm working on. Oh, really? Meredith says second eclipse is solar, first eclipse is moon. That's now. I didn't realize that. I have been very ironically spaced out and not really up to date on the news and stuff. Um, can you see the lunar eclipse or only at night? Or is it? I think it makes sense it would only be visible at night, right? Because if you could see the moon and the sun, it couldn't be an eclipse at the same time, right? All right, so today I'm actually going to be doing a quick painting of Dylan Serra. He hosts Drawn Together on his YouTube channel, and he recently did a demo for his new class, and he published that on YouTube for everybody. And I thought, hey, free reference, I'll take it. And since he did a drawing of me, I'll do a painting of him. Meredith says, yes, it was completely blackened last night. Very dark. Ah, shoot. I wish I'd paid attention. I didn't realize that it was last night. That's cool, though. I just realized I did not clean up my palette from last time. That's funny. All right, I'm gonna do that real quick. Like I said, I thought a little scatterbrained. I thought I was more prepared than I was today, apparently. Okay, I should paint or draw. Yeah, you should. Anytime someone says that's always my answer. Yes, you should. But don't feel guilty if you don't. I think I encourage everyone to paint and draw as much as possible, but I also recognize that there's limits to that. But yes, if you can and you feel like it, you should. So one of the things I'm really not looking forward to with this particular portrait is that he's wearing glasses, and I hate painting and drawing glasses. I hate painting people who wear glasses. They're just they make the portrait so much more difficult for me personally. I'm lucky that I don't currently have glasses, but I'm pretty sure I need them at this point. I'll be honest. I just need to go see a doctor and get a prescription. If you want, I can share the actually I can't share the reference. It's on his YouTube channel. On his last live, there's links to his to the reference I'm using if anyone is curious. I can probably put a link at some point, just not at the moment. The challenges of glasses, yeah, really, they're so frustrating. They warp the face, but they also they're so rigid and they have to be in perspective properly and everything. There's just, yeah, they're very frustrating. I don't like them. Um, yeah, I think it was, wait, was it last night? I don't remember now. I'll just get the link. Hold on a second. It'll be simpler if I just get the link. Oh yeah, I guess it was last night, 20 hours ago. Um, Here's a link to the video, and he has links in the video that you can go get. I'll put them in the description later. Not at the moment, but yeah, I'll do that later. I generally paint solvent free, but none of the cats are here at the moment, and I have a very small container of solvent, so I'm going to use that just to sketch in everything. Meredith says your use of cool and warm color contrast is very impactful. Thank you, I appreciate that. Um, I really, I mean, how can I phrase this? Trying to think of words. Sometimes words are hard. Sometimes. I'm very drawn to cool colors. I noticed when I was painting and I didn't have access to my warm colors. I was very. I mean, when I was using only warm colors and didn't have my cool colors, I really missed them. So I definitely have an affinity for the cool colors. But obviously, as people, we don't like our complexion, people's complexion, generally speaking, is warm. So there's a lot of warmth in that we gravitate to. So so yeah, I think it's so obviously I enjoy having that as part of everything. But yeah, and also the warmth also tends to have a nostalgic feeling a lot of times in certain paintings since I've been doing those found photography paintings. So yeah, they definitely add to that. But uh, I also love my cools, so maybe that's why I get that balance between the two. The dance of cool and warm is visually exciting. Yeah, thank you. I agree. I do like, I think that just plays into our general love for contrast. It's just contrast in a different way. So yeah, the same way that like, what's it called? The same way that colors, complementary colors, when placed next to each other, have that like vibrating feeling kind of thing. Um, yeah, because they're trying to visually, they're trying to what's it called? They were trying to mix kind of optically to gray, but they're not gray and they're opposing. So, which is I think why they have that kind of what's it called? Like why they vibrate when they're set next to each other, or why people say they vibrate when they're next to each other. Oh, you didn't know that? Well, yeah, I've heard that description before. I don't know that it's true. They don't like actually vibrate, but my theory is that because they're trying to because so the same way that your screen, you're essentially mixing optically. Um, there's your screen's made up of all those little dots, and because they're small and you're far, they just kind of mix to one color. And so my theory is that paint opposing colors that are not opposing, complementary colors that gray out um, are trying to mix optically to gray, but because they're too large to actually turn gray, it has that like shimmery, not it's not really a shimmer. I don't want to make it sound like they glow or anything, but I think it's confusing to our brain, essentially. Uh, it's not quite the same sensation, but when I look at my single tone paintings that I've tried, I did those paintings that are they're trying to be like a single value, and those also feel like they mess with your eyes or your brain or something because you can see it but you can't see it, and it's kind of weird, and it's I don't know, it's kind of a trippy feel, I think. um I think it's similar to that. Literally, my girlfriend says she doesn't like to look at that painting because it messes with her eyes. uh, which might be counter, you know productive to like the idea of painting. Like, hey, I painted a painting that makes you want to not look at it. I like them though. I think they're cool. Okay, I can tell something is off here because like there's something in the proportions that are wrong, but I'm not going to stress too much about it right now. Not yet, at least. All right, let's see. What need a semi-large brush. Okay, this is the largest one I have at the moment. Well, that I'm using, I should say. I have a bunch of brushes that I don't touch. They're just kind of sitting on my desk collecting dust, which isn't the maybe the smartest thing, but like I go through them in waves kind of thing. All right. I just did a I just put together a list of brushes for people who like don't know what brushes to buy and stuff like that. Of course, I'm limited to like what I've tried before, so it's not a comprehensive list of like everything out there, but it has some of the like has some known brands and stuff like that. And obviously I live in America, so most of the brands I know are the ones that are sold locally. Maybe I should make a blog post about it. I did put it on my Discord, but I could make a blog post about it now that I think about it. I don't know. I have all kinds of stuff going on. I'm constantly like, I guess, scattered. I've been updating my website. I have my online store is now like one click away from being open, so people can actually buy my paintings online, which is exciting. Um, I just need to figure out some technical stuff of how to make things actually work. So, Meredith, uh, have I seen your artwork before? Do you make artwork? I'm assuming you do, because most of the people who stop by do, but maybe I'm wrong. But have I seen your artwork before? And if I have and I don't remember, that's just because my brain's stupid. Generally speaking, when I paint people with glasses, my approach has been after. I've never seen this in a book, I'll be honest. I've never seen anybody give this advice in a book. I've never seen contrary advice, though, for the record. So it's more like I've just never seen advice either way. But I will sketch in the glasses like I did here. But then when I go to paint it, um, I will try and kind of like indicate it a little, but just a little. I just so that I know roughly where everything is, roughly. But then I just kind of ignore it for the most part until the very end. Because like trying to paint around the rims just seems to be such a pain that it's just easier to just kind of paint through it and then back over it, everything. Uh, Meredith says, I am a painter. No, you uh, probably haven't. I just started doing the art fairs in USA. I've been painting for years. Um, it's in my blood. Awesome. That's fantastic. Well, if you have social media or something, you can't share links here because YouTube's link sharing policy is really tight. But you can, if you're on Instagram, you're more than welcome to message me or follow me or join the Discord and share there. That's also very much welcome. Yeah, any of those things. I mean, honestly, if you follow me on Instagram, I'm very likely to go look at your page just out of curiosity. So that might be enough. How are the fairs going? I haven't done any like art fairs in America. I've done a ton of craft fairs. My girlfriend has her own Etsy business, and it's not like the same kind of content, I guess, or the same idea. So she targeted very different types of fairs. Cool, I will. Fantastic, awesome. Hey Des, welcome. I am doing Dylan's hair. Luis, by the way, if I haven't seen your artwork, I'd love to. I apologize if I somehow missed it or don't remember. Like I said, you know what the funny thing is I will remember artwork I've seen, but I might not be able to like connect between names and the artwork because my brain's so bad with names. That's where I often struggle. But yeah, I'd be happy to see it if you ever want to share. Like I said, links don't work here. You're going to have to do it in the Discord or through Instagram or something. But yeah, everyone is lovely and kind, and exposure is great. Uh, you get interest is brilliant. Nice. What kind of artwork do you do, Meredith? Well, haha, nope, you don't post your artwork. Okay, fair enough. Well, oh, I will say this. Anyone who's here in my Discord, if this is something that interests you, and if it isn't, of course, no worries. I do have a feedback corner. So if anybody ever wants feedback on their artwork, um, you're welcome to post there. It's feedback for me only, not a general like critique corner. And I'll be happy to look at your artwork and try and give feedback if I can, if I feel like I have something to contribute. Yes, Des. That is true. My Twitch stream does allow for links to certain websites. There it says portrait landscape. You draw a lot, a lot. Okay, awesome. Um, are you by any chance going to the Portrait Society of America uh, convention? Convention. The word convention was just like, yeah, convention. That's the word I'm looking for. Next month. Hey Des, good to see you. How are you doing? Do you have your next painting lined up now that you're done with your dog painting? You're not done with the dog. You have to do a ball client request. Okay. Almost done then. Darn. I want you to be done with that dog already. I feel like you've learned I okay, let me rephrase that. Personally, I know when I'm working on a painting, at a certain point I get tired of working on it and I want to just move on to something else. And even though I feel like sometimes I could learn a lot from like redoing the same painting multiple times, I get so like tired of it after a while that I don't feel it's beneficial and I want to just move on to something new. Um, Maybe that's the ADHD, maybe that's just my personality, I don't know. But yeah, I do get tired of it. So I feel like even if there's more to learn, I sometimes am not open to it because I'm just so tired of it. And yes, you have a digital painting that you have to do with your sister on the project. Awesome. Uh, I was very tempted to paint Dylan Sarah as like um, Rasputin from the what's it called uh, Hellboy movies, but I felt like it wouldn't be that like recognizable or different from what he actually looks like, so I decided not to have it, or was tempted to do that. So yeah, Meredith, if you're not familiar with it, you should check out the Portrait Society of America. Even if you can't make it this year, you should at least look at their website if you're not familiar with it. You are familiar. It's brilliant. So much talent. Awesome. Are you going this year? Um, Laura says, I went to an art fair yesterday. Oh, awesome. The only person who was selling anything was someone who'd had their pieces printed on pillows and was selling them cheap. She sold out. It depends on the type of fair. There are definitely craft fairs that's kind of the focus. It just really depends on the audience that they have cultivated and built. Um, you know, I think that's one of the main differences between different types of fairs and stuff. You're trying to get to the US this year. Oh, awesome. Oh, so you've been selling remotely. Oh, I see. That must be super challenging. Very impressive. I can't imagine how difficult that is. Like trying to organize all of that and and get it to get all the details hammered out and oh geez, I can't imagine. All right. Okay, I need to take a quick break to say hi to my girlfriend. She's on her lunch break today, right now. So I'm gonna take a very short break and I will be right back. Excuse me for a second. It'll just be a minute or two. All right, I'm back. Tell her we all say hi. I I will. Let me go scream it to her 1 second. She says, "Hi, chat. I love you." Rita says, "I am lucky because the curators you have met are extremely kind and generous." Oh, that's awesome. That's fantastic. It's so good to have good people to work with. Yes, she is adorable. All right. I'm going to do, I am going to use my brayer, but before I do that, um, this is too thin. I need slightly thicker paint. So Let's just get some thicker paint on there. In case anyone's new and isn't familiar with my brayer technique, I don't know that I can even call it my brayer technique because so many other people use brayers. But the reason I use a brayer is because for the most part, I don't tone my canvases. That's one. I don't tone my canvases. So the brayer helps me um, with coverage, and it also helps me with uh, I also generally, this time is a small exception, but generally I don't use solvents. So the brayer helps thin out my paint in my early stages. And the brayer also introduces all kinds of like random, you know, um, artifacts and effects that I like to try and incorporate into my work. And it also lets me not worry too much about getting everything right. Because when I sketch everything in like I just did, I'm really not worried about getting everything in the right place if I know I'm going to mess it all up later. So I just don't worry. Um, so yeah, maybe it's a mental thing, but either way. When I went painting from a live model recently, and I didn't bring my brayer with me. So instead, I just took a piece of what's it called, tissue, and just like smeared everything. Wasn't quite as good as the brayer in my opinion, but it was, it was a way of trying it out. Okay. What is a brayer? I felt it right. I've never heard of it. Um, it's what I'm using right now. It's the roller. It's used for printmaking. It's this thing. Yeah, it's a roller. I have a few different types there. They have different ones. Some are rubber, some are like soft rubber, hard rubber. They have some glass ones, I think. I don't have any of those. But yeah, it transfers the paint around, smushes everything, clearly makes a mess of it all. Um, you know, but that's kind of the idea. So now, at this stage, I'm actually going to I usually try not to do this on stream just because of time. But I'm going to do it because of time also. I'm just going to take a photo of this, and then I take this and I put it into Photoshop, and I overlay my reference in this, and then I can easily go in and start sketching in everything in the right place. It's just a very quick way of getting everything in the right place. I can do it without it, it's just slower. And time is sometimes an issue, especially on stream. I like to be able to quickly, you know, um, I like to be able to make things move quickly on stream, and not have to like just sit there and measure everything forever. So yeah, I do have to step away though from the camera for a minute to do this. But yeah, I looked into buying a projector, but I could not get it to work properly. Hey, Dylan, welcome. Luis just let you know you're painting. You awesome. Oh, you're. Hey, yeah. I thought it would be fun. You what's it called? You drew me, so now I'm painting you. I thought it would be fun to do. Um, and I'm using one of the references you shared last night on your stream. Really good stream, by the way. I watched it. You're clearly a really good teacher. So I thought it was a really good stream. I was saying earlier, I was tempted to paint you as Rasputin uh, from Hellboy, the movie. I felt like it would be um, a little too obscure, so I decided to just go with a portrait. I'm muted. Thank you. That's why, because I'm dumb and I've been muted for probably a long time. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I'm muted. Hey, Dylan. I don't know when I was muted exactly, because clearly Dylan could hear some of it, so I'm confused, but I don't know when that happened, so oh well. Haven't caught a stream of yours in a long time. Well, welcome. Glad you're back. How have you been? Yeah, I it's not a stream if I don't it's not a normal stream if I don't mute myself by accident at some point, right? So it's very common for me. You're all right. Life finally got to where you can kind of hang on Twitch again. That's great. I'm really happy to hear that. I mean, I'm not, I'm happy that it's getting there. That's great. Amber says it's not a stream or wait, my streams are more like it's not a stream unless the camera acts up. Yeah, that happens a lot too. Oh, Dylan, last thing you heard was Rasputin. Yeah, yeah. I was just saying I was thinking of painting you as Rasputin, but I wasn't sure how much that would work out properly, So I ended up not, clearly not doing that. What I was trying to say is I'm going to try to paint this with inspiration taken from your drawing and painting style. I'm not going to even attempt to mimic your style exactly, but it's inspired by it. I'll put it that way. Embra, so what are we making here? I am painting Dylan Sarah from the Dylan Sarah YouTube channel. He has a channel on YouTube, and also he does a show called Drawn Together, which he had me on as a guest. A lot of people are in the YouTube chat right now. I have two chats running at the same time, and it's funny how sometimes YouTube chat is more popular, sometimes Twitch chat is more popular. But yeah. Why do you feel like you know this Drawn Together? You probably do, although there was also an animated TV show called Drawn Together, unrelated. Dylan says, "Cool. Looking forward to seeing what your take, where you take it." Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, hopefully it comes out. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm sure it'll come out. I'm just hoping I can pull that particular aspect off. But yeah, we'll see. So when I use Photoshop to overlay things the way I do, one of the great things is that all the little stuff I have here essentially acts as like, landmarks. All the paint smudges and everything end up acting like landmarks as to where I need to draw things in. It can be a little confusing because there's so much noise, so it's not perfect or easy, but it is at least something to go off of, kind of. Also, for anyone who is not very confident in their drawing skills, this can be a way to kind of test your drawing skills. And you get to see where you were right, where you made mistakes, and that can kind of help guide you as to how to work and improve on your stuff, on your proportions. Hey, Des, thank you. I appreciate you sharing the link. That's helpful. Amber Draw says, I've never been involved with a simulcast. Going to see if you can find the YouTube side and spy on Dylan's stuff. Absolutely. Yeah, the simulcast thing is a little weird. I'm not 100% sold on it. I'm doing it. I don't know. I'm just doing what I think works and trying to figure stuff out. Yeah. I guess that's what it boils down to. Um, yeah, this is cool. See, because as I'm doing this, I can see how close I was, and a lot of this was really, really close. There's some, some minor discrepancies here and there, but it's really cool to be able to see how accurate you are or not, and then know that you need to work on certain things. Oh, Dylan, thank you so much. That's really sweet of you. I appreciate that. You wonder about streaming to multiple platforms simultaneously, but have stuck with YouTube so far. It's a little weird. Um, I don't know if it's the right, I don't know if it's like the best thing to do or not. I'll be honest. I'm just kind of feeling my way through things, trying to figure it out as it goes. I wish there was a better guide to all of this stuff as to like this is the best way of doing things. But yeah. But if you ever need help with what's it called? OBS and the technical side of things, I can help with that. That I can help with. Amber saying, I wasn't in love with YouTube, with what YouTube was like with their lives when you researched, but there's so much you can do. So here's the thing: YouTube chat sucks in comparison to Twitch chat, and there's a much bigger delay on YouTube, which that also sucks. However, one of the major advantages of YouTube is the quality of the streams. Um, I stream at 4K to YouTube, whereas to Twitch, I'm only streaming at 1080p. Um, so that's kind of a big difference. You know what I mean? Um, so because of that, I generally prioritize YouTube over Twitch overall. Like if I have to choose for some reason one or the other, I'm going to choose YouTube because I want the higher quality. Because that way people can like zoom in if they want. If they have the app, they can zoom in. They can. I think you need to have premium, but you can pinch to zoom, and I can download the VOD afterwards for myself if I happen to not record it. Like today, I'm not recording because I wasn't prepped enough, so I just kind of ran with it. So after the fact, if I want, I can download the VOD. Dylan says, "Oh, that's cool. StreamYard only lets you stream at 1080p." Yeah, no, that is something I like a lot about everything, like being able to stream at 4K. Yeah. Amber says, "Haha, I just don't do any of that when I watch lives or just TV for me while I draw." Oh, totally understandable. But like I said, I can download the VOD afterwards, and that can be useful for me personally. You know, because I'm trying to make shorts out of things and all kinds of stuff. So yeah. Dylan says StreamYard is great for having guests, but the low res is a bit of a drawback and the cost. Yeah. And also, I mean, there are other ways of having people on as guests. Uh, Aside from the common one among streamers, because they're gamers, or originates with gamers, is Discord. But you can also use Google Hangouts or Google Meet. I can't remember what they call it now. And if I'm not mistaken, that does 1080p native without any payments. So, for free. So there you go. So yeah, but it is easy and simple, and uh, sometimes simplicity and ease of use are more important than resolution. I'll agree with that. Dylan says I used to use OBS and have guests on with Skype. Nice. Yeah, Skype also works. I use Skype. I use Skype to talk to my mom. It's once again, it's easy and it just kind of works. It's built into Windows, that type of thing. Dylan says I use Skype to call my granddad once a year. And there you go. It's crazy. I use like it's Skype, Discord, Google Meet, Zoom, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, and then I message on Instagram and Twitter. It'd be great if someone could kind of consolidate some of these things. It's too many. Amber says I do the same thing, message on all things. Yeah, exactly. And not to mention, of course, text messages and everything too. Yeah, it's ridiculous. All right. I think this is a good start. Now to go in and paint it all out. Yeah, there are just too many channels of communication. Seriously, it's too much sometimes. It's too much sometimes. But, I guess it's a good thing, right? Because at the same time, you don't want anyone to have too much control over things. So maybe it's a good thing. Maybe I'm complaining for no reason. How's the workshop going, Dylan, or the class rather? I know you had a stream yesterday about it. Um, I don't know if I was muted when I was talking about it, but I saw your stream the other day. I watched it last night. It was really good. And you had a lot of great information there. I think your students are going to be really happy with your workshop or your class. I keep getting my terms all mixed up, but yeah, I think they're going to be really happy. Yeah, I also wish there was a way of combining my chats. There is actually a way of combining these chats. It's just a pain in the butt. It's like a super pain in the butt from what I understand. So I haven't bothered like looking too much into it. I don't have enough people where I can't manage kind of dividing my attention between the two. But yeah. Yeah, Meta have proved that it's no good having all your eggs in one basket for sure. When WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook drop out, it makes some waves. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Not to mention when any of them decide to ban you, whether it be for good reason or for no good reason, by the way. I one time for like, I forget how long it was. It was like, I think 6 months or something like this. I was locked out of my Twitch account. I wasn't banned. There was no anything, but I could not log into my Twitch account for some reason. I don't know why. I don't remember what the issue was. I tried to like reset my password. There was some kind of issue. Things didn't really work, and I just kind of gave up on it because I was busy and I didn't look too much into it. But yeah, you know, like I said, I wasn't banned, no strikes. I wasn't streaming at the time. This was while I was on break from streaming, so it wasn't related to that. It was just I I don't know what it was related to. But yeah, you don't want them to have all the power. That's another reason I'm a little more what's it called? Like I lean towards YouTube over Twitch was because of that too. I did not enjoy being locked out of my Twitch account like that. Like I said, maybe I could have resolved it, but it was more trouble than it was worth at the time. Oh, let's see. Yeah, the class starts Wednesday, and a lot of people have been telling me they're excited about it. The stream was lesson zero, with some key fundamental info and pre-recorded lessons will kick off. Nice. You put a lot into it, so you're happy to have it all in the wild. Nice. I'm assuming all the videos are behind a paywall, right? Because I know your class is a paid class, so I'm assuming that the videos are somehow behind a paywall or something. Uh, yeah. Amber says that's a pain. Or no wonder that's pain relating to my Twitch comments. Yeah. Zan Blackburn, and I apologize if I got that name wrong. Leon, can you talk about your color temperature choices? Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I looking at the reference, there's like this gold or wood bar up here and another one down here. And then here it's kind of a grayish yellow brown color, and it's hard for me to distinguish exactly the color because it's kind of grayish. So I'm pushing the gray right now, but I'm also planning on lightening everything. This is unlike most of my paintings where I try and compress all the values. This is going to be kind of a split tone painting. So all the lights are going to be brought up a lot and all the darks are going to be pushed down. And the reason is I want to actually go in and kind of draw in some of the features and stuff. Specifically because this is Dylan Dylan Sarah, and he does watercolors and drawing. Like all his stuff is has that look to it. So I'm trying to kind of do that. Um, cool colors in the background do help bring forward a lot of the warmth in the skin, which I definitely want to do here. But I will probably warm up the wood things that are in the background. The thing that I'm focused on is trying to the thing I'm really focused on is trying to keep that light dark pattern aspect of things. So if this part's really light, I'm going to blow this out a bit. So this whole side is probably going to kind of start to mesh together more. So even though this is gray, I'm probably going to paint back into it with a warmer yellowish color. But here, because it's now part of the shadow side, I'm going to cool it off to kind of help those two be closer to each other. But I still need to keep it light because I don't want it to combine with the beard yet. We'll see. Is that helpful? I hope that was clear. The idea with the drawing stuff is because of the way the way Dylan draws in watercolor paints. I want to be able to go in and have some like drawn lines in there. So I'm going to do that with by blowing out everything and then going in with a darker color. Dylan says, yeah, that's right. There are 15 full portrait tutorials and also a PDF making tutorial. Compile compile all the pieces in the zine. Oh, I see, in the zine. For self-publishing, these are paid classes, and there'll be some more lives. I see. Nice, very nice, very cool. Zan says, thank you. I was curious about your plan. It'll be fun to watch it develop. I understand about a sort of honoring Dylan's style in your portrait of him. Thanks. Oh, absolutely. Happy to. I'm happy to explain my process. Um, I think talking about your process and trying to kind of but like I feel like painters have this ability to do things kind of by instinct. Uh, but I think putting it into words, challenges your brain to think of it in a way that obviously you can convey it in words. And I feel like that can give you insight into your own process and also take it, kind of solidify it in a way where you're not just running on instinct as much, but you're also more aware of what you're actually doing in your own painting. So I like talking about it, and I think that's one of the things that like every artist I know who teaches says that teaching, you learn so much from teaching, and I'll be honest, I think that's one of the main reasons that you learn so much from teaching. I'm sure there's others, but I think that's one of them. Amber Jaw says that's a plan. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I definitely think it's good to go into a painting with a plan. I feel like personally, at least, when I've gone into paintings without a plan, it I often run into all kinds of problems where I'm like, if I just thought about this a little more, I wouldn't have run into this problem at all. Uh, Zan says, interesting balance to notice between the instinct or habit and intention. Yeah, that's a good point. And also, that is a good point about habit. A lot of these things are very much habit. Anyone who has a painting style or drawing style and they want to change it, and there's a feeling of like, I can't change my style. This is how I paint. First of all, I want you to know you can. And second, I want you to also recognize that a lot of this is, like Zan mentioned, it's habit. It's not, style isn't, you know, it's not unchangeable aspect of your drawing or painting. It's just, uh, it's the habits you developed up until now, and you can change those. But I'm not saying it's easy. Like, don't get me wrong, but it is definitely possible to change your style over time. I mean, people's style change over time, anyways. But you can direct the style. Like you can choose to go in a particular direction and change it to that direction if that's what you want to do. Uh, I feel like people think they're locked in a style once they start, once they find their style, they're locked into their style. And that is not true at all. Like, don't get me wrong, you might always see influences of your previous styles in a way because it's kind of like the history of you, and you can only, you know, maybe you can only change so much and there'll always be like remnants, but you can still drastically change your style. I don't want people to feel like they're locked in whatever style they're in. I know I've been able to change my style quite a bit over the years. So I think it's I think it's definitely doable. Maybe one day I'll work at and on a style that's more like uh like the way that Dylan paints and the way other watercolor artists paint. I love how like I love that like I don't want to say even looseness, but that there's a easiness to like the combination of drawing and watercolor. Not all people who do it have an easiness to it, don't get me wrong, but I love the look of that. It's like this like freshness is maybe the right word. Um, there's landscape artists who do that, and I'm so envious of how they do that. They go out and they like urban sketchers, and they go and they sketch um, areas, and they do a combination of ink and watercolor. And it's just such a like beautiful, um, easy looking painting. And Dylan pulls that off with portraits, and I think it's so beautiful. Um, it's entirely not how I approach my paintings, which is fine. I'm not, I'm happy with like I love how I paint my paintings, otherwise I'd be painting them differently. But as a viewer, I love looking at other people's work as well. And that like that just that ease of those portraits and that style is so cool looking. I know it's not easy. I'm just saying it gives that feeling to me. I think it's interesting how we can view other things as like something can give the feeling of being easy without being easy. I think that's such an interesting concept. There's so many painters who pull that off. You look there, I mean, there's so many painters that pull that off, and you look at their artwork and you're just like, oh my God, it looks like this took zero effort on their on their behalf to pull this off. I don't know how they did that. Thanks, Leah. I love how you paint your paintings too. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. There is that was something that I had to kind of reconcile at some point, which was um, there is all the paintings I love, and then there are the paintings that I want to paint like. Not in, you know, I don't want to be a copy of anybody, but I definitely have influences. And you can have influences from like very different fields of painting or art, but trying to figure out how I wanted to paint in a way that not only did I like the look of it, but I also enjoyed the process was definitely challenging because there's so much amazing artwork and amazing painters out there. And you kind of want to, personally, I kind of want to paint like everybody because I like love all these artists. Um, but you can't paint like everybody. So learning what what you enjoy doing, I think, is really important because that was to me one of the defining things. Dylan says it's been interesting developing. Having kids has been part of the development in working towards being able to direct portrait to do a direct portrait in one sitting. Used to sit on a painting for months. Fair enough. Yeah, absolutely. I could see definitely see that being an issue. Or being an influence. Actually, there's a there's a podcast. Trying to remember the name of it right now. I'm gonna blank on the name. It's an art podcast, and she mostly interviews, not mostly, but often interviews women, and a lot of the um, a lot of the women artists that she interviews are parents, and she is a parent. She, you know, she that's kind of her circle, right? She's an artist who recently become a parent, and a lot of the artists she talks to are the same or older, but you know, that's just kind of how her what's it called? Like her circle, I guess, a bit. Um, but yeah, everyone who has kids, you know, talks about how much it's influenced their painting and their painting practice and everything. And you know, I can totally imagine that. I was saying in the beginning, I hate that you have your glasses on. I hate painting glasses so much. uh, yeah, I find painting people with glasses very challenging. Dylan says, "Did you hear me saying in the stream how much I love drawing glasses?" I thought I heard that. I was a little distracted on some of it. I was trying to set up my website, my online website, my online shop for some of it, so I got distracted a couple times. Um, that's funny. No, I hate glasses. That's so funny. Yeah, I had you on, but I was also struggling with my online e-commerce stuff, which was just oh pain in the butt that I'm trying to deal with right now. Why do you like drawing people with glasses? I'm curious. Once you figured out the shape of the glasses, they're a great point of reference for getting everything else in the right place. Interesting. I could see that. You know what? I could see that. I think given your tools, it also makes more sense to me that you would like glasses. Um, yeah, I could see that being part of it too. I need a different brush real quick. I need to find a good liner brush. Let's see. I know I have one somewhere. So when I first got into painting, I used to buy a ton of brushes um, to trying to figure out what brushes I liked, what brushes I didn't like, which ones were good, which ones weren't, and so on. I think I've kind of figured it out now, finally. But man, did I waste a well, maybe no waste is not the right word, but I spent a lot of money buying a bunch of different types of brushes of all kinds and shapes and sizes and brands and everything. Okay, one second. I need just a minute looking here, trying to find it. Okay, this one will probably be a good one. Or this one. Perfect. All right, Des, you're getting dragged to Walmart. You'll be back later. Hey, no worries. Have fun at Walmart. Actually, I did I did just post a thing about brushes on my Discord. I'm thinking about making what's it called, a blog post about like these are the brands I recommend. These are the brands I don't. I didn't put any of the brands I don't recommend in that one, but there are a couple. There is one brand I don't recommend. Louis says, "I love how this looks. Make me want to play with oils again." What do you paint with now? Out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking. And I love oils. I personally, you know, uh, not not to say anything about other mediums because I love artwork. Like it'd be boring if everything was oils, and I love artwork in all kinds of mediums. I think you can do amazing work in any medium. I just love working in oils. There's just something about working in oils that I prefer and I love. Although that wasn't always the case, when I was first learning art, watercolors was the medium I worked in the most. Mostly watercolors. Nice. Louis said mostly watercolors. Louis said I stopped with oils a zillion years ago because of the fume factor, and then you didn't really art for a long, long time. That's fair. You don't have to use solvents to work in oils. I generally I don't use solvents. I used a little today in the beginning just because mostly because my paint was a little set and it was easier to use that versus oil. But yeah, you don't really need to use solvents or mediums with solvents in them. For anyone who is worried about that, you can get away with no solvents, completely solvent free and fume free. Um, and anyone who is concerned about that, just something to be aware of. There are acrylic paints that off gas and can produce fumes as well when they dry. So just be aware. Like it's hard to know sometimes, but that can happen too. I actually got really sick from some acrylic paint. Um, yeah. Um, that like I used some acrylics to what's the word I'm looking for? To like um to seal a surface and it I don't know, like off gas or something because it the fumes it produced gave me a headache for like 2 days. So yeah, gotta be careful with your materials. Watercolors generally are pretty safe as far as fumes go, as far as I know. And that is, yeah. There are some other safety concerns with watercolor, depending on your pigments, but it's it can be very minor. Uh, oh, Louis says, but these water oils have me interested. Water soluble oil paints are interesting. They have some issues. Uh, I've tried some. I will say this. I can't give a fair assessment on them because the brand I tried was arguably the cheapest brand in human existence. And they weren't good, but like I said, they were also the cheapest. So I can't really give a accurate assessment on them. I will say my understanding is you're mostly supposed to use the water for cleanup. You're not really supposed to use it in your paint, although a lot of people do. It introduces some issues when you use it in the paint instead of medium. Um, I don't think it like has real negative effects. It's more that what's it called? It it messes with the drying time and also it produces a color shift, which I'm not a fan of. Um, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I can paint with regular oils without solvents. Um, and not, yeah, I don't really generally need solvents all that much. I use them a little for convenience here and there, but like they're not a big part of my painting process. But everyone's different. It's not, but yeah, go with a good brand if you do go with water soluble oils. Um, I think the big brands are Windsor Newton, Royal Talon, or Blocks. I can't remember. Maybe it's Cobra. Maybe it's Cobra. Um, and Holbein, I think. Also, you do have to be careful. They do have some dedicated solvent mediums, not solvents, mediums you can buy for water soluble oils, but I think some of them you have to be careful with what's it called? Ventilation. So just the more you know kind of thing. But yeah, but otherwise, water soluble oils, my understanding is they're just the same as uh I mean, they're the same as oils except for the water soluble part, I should say. Also, don't if you ever look into acrylics, don't I do not recommend chroma acrylics. Um, yeah, I don't recommend those. I did not have a good experience with them. If I'm not mistaken, they're an Australian brand too. Um, but yeah, had a real bad experience with them, with fumes with them. So not a fan. Trying to mix painting and drawing in a weird way is very strange feeling. Don't get me wrong, I've drawn on my paintings before, but usually that's more of a like correction thing. It's a less like I'm trying to ink on top of my painting. This might be a lot easier to do if I'd waited for my painting to dry. But as anyone who's watched this channel knows, I generally don't make my life easier when it comes to painting. I have a tendency of making my life more difficult, not easier. So kind of on brand. One thing I have to be cautious of is the drawing tends to make me want to not like paint over it out of like being cautious, and that's kind of and what's the word, antithetical. I don't think I said that right, to my painting style. So I have to be cautious of that. Dylan says it was so interesting watching your process on self-portraits, how you went through so many phases of iteration with one piece, finding the balance and holding on to it, what works, and there's more to come. let's see. Yeah, it's challenging. That balancing act is very challenging. Pushing the potential of what could be is always an interesting challenge. Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things I find so interesting about painting, um, is that it I mean artwork in general, right? Like I d it's always hard. It's always challenging. There's always something new. There's always new ways of pushing it. Um, and I personally love that. It's like if there's a video game that is always, you know, always new, always different, always challenging, all, just always had something new to throw at you. So you can never really get tired of it. Maybe that's just like the ADHD in me or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's one of the things I find so interesting about painting. It's always challenging. It's always interesting. Of course, there's other things about it. It's not just that. But yeah. Like I love Nicholas Uribe, and I love how like he to this day still some will get challenged and struggle with painting some of the simplest things, and it's so funny because he is so good, and you're just like how is it that you can be so good and do these amazing portraits and then like struggle with like an apple, um you know and yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just one of those things that like it's always a challenge. It's always going to be a challenge. I think because the better you get, the higher your expectations every time, all the time. So there's never I don't know, there's never a point where you're just like, "Oh yeah, that's fine." And I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's how I see it. And don't get me wrong, people will do something and be like, "Oh yeah, that's fine all the time." But I mean, overall, I'm talking about like your quality of work, not like a single instance in a painting. Then says, was watching Nicholas Uribe when Dylan let us know you were streaming. Uh, been binging his channel lately. His channel is fantastic, and his live streams are great for and his what's it called? His pre-recorded videos are fantastic as well. I think they both like suit a different niche, but they're both fantastic. And he is also such a good teacher, by the way. I took his uh I took his color class and he's so good. He's been teaching for a long time and shows he's really good at it. When I was watching his videos, it was really there was an aspect of it that was a little what's it called? Um Discouraging, I guess. But only in regards to like making videos like that because I was watching his videos on you know, his pre-recorded painting videos and he would talk so much about all this different art um you know, all these different things and thoughts in art. And he was so good at talking about it. And I was like, okay, I don't think I'm nearly as good or well constructed as he is as far as this stuff goes because he's taught for so long. And then to add to all of that, his art knowledge is like amazing. I do not have the best like art history knowledge. I would like to learn more. But I definitely do not have the best art history knowledge. I went to a school that was like an atelier that focused more on the hard skills versus history. So I don't have a good you know base for that stuff. And that's just like, okay, so I can't talk about that. It's just like, geez, this is gonna be real hard to kind of, you know, do this. Um, that's why I like the live stuff so much more because then I can talk with chat and react and respond to what people say. And it gives me, I don't have to come up with like an essay before the video kind of thing. But yeah, I used to watch all of his videos. I don't I try and catch all of his lives. If I miss a live though, I don't always have the time to go back and watch all of it. But yeah, Nicholas's stuff is fantastic. Anybody wants to take a class with him, by the way, he does do online workshops or online classes, but they sell out real fast, like within 30 minutes. So make sure you keep track of that when he does have a class. When I was in art school, I remember one of the things I really struggled with was I would work on, and I think part of the reason was the technique I was using, but I can get into that a little more. But I always struggled with like being able to like taking a painting to a finish when I was in art school, because I would take a painting like if I would describe a painting like the a painting is finished when you know, like a triangle, like the peak of a triangle, that's when it's finished. And as I go up one side, it's, you know, that's a side of like being uh you know, sketchy or unfinished. And like I would, you know, work on it, get to the point, but then I'd always like fall off into the other side of being too overdone, too finished, not, you know, uh like not, you know, not fresh enough, not painterly enough, not you know, whatever. And so then you go back the other direction, and then it just I could never get it right at the point. It was always like I could never, yeah, I could never get it right, and I was always struggling with that in art school. But I think part of that was I was working with an acrylic. Uh, I was working with acrylics at the time. And the painting technique our teacher had us using was one where you what's it called? You like layer and you do a lot of glazes. And so I think that contributed a lot because what would happen is you would glaze and then it would be like, oh, well now you know, you lost all of the like the highlights and everything, so you have to go in and do the highlights, but then it looks unfinished. So you have to go in and glaze a few more times and then you lose all the like cool finish that you had. So I feel like maybe that was a contributing factor. Also, probably a lack of skill. Like I probably just wasn't that good, if I'm being honest. Like there is that. So one of the reasons I'm using uh, the what are these called? The Princeton Artist. Oh no, that's the company. Princeton. Can't remember what they're called. The paint pushers or paint movers or whatever. One of the reasons I'm using this more than I normally would is because I do want to flatten things a little to make a better like drawing surface. I could use a soft brush as well. I guess this is more like out of laziness. To be fair, if you could do all that stuff, you wouldn't benefit from school. Um, yeah, I mean, definitely, that's definitely part of it. I mean, if if I'm being totally fair, when I look back at my old artwork, I'm not going to say like, I was, you know, I don't know how to describe this properly, but when I look back at my old artwork when I was trying to get work, I understand why at the time I struggled to find work, we'll put it that way. I was trying to get work in the comic book industry, and I was like, yeah, I get why I was struggling to find work when I was younger, and in art school and right after art school and everything. But that's yeah, it takes time. Some people get there faster, some people get there, slower. Sometimes you don't get there. Uh, well, some people don't get there at all, but also sometimes it's like you can't get there until something happens and you can. Yeah. Uh, Sabra. Okay, hold on one second. I'm trying to get this name right. Sabra Alad Issa. I'm going with Sabra. Let me know if that's not a good pronunciation. Love how recognizable he is already. Looks great. You need to get yourself a paint pusher thing like that. Yeah, I like these things. They're also so easy to clean, which I know is silly, but it's like I hate cleaning my brushes. That sounds great. Awesome. All right. Yeah, I like these things a lot. I like all these tools. There's all kinds of paint pushers, and they have different, shapes and all kinds of things about them. They're really, really cool. Yeah, cleaning is a big deterrent for oil painting for me. Dylan, I will say that is something I've found a way of dealing with pretty well. So I'll actually mention it now, not just for you, for anybody who's curious. I I really found an easy way to kind of clean and keep my brushes, which is really helpful. Super cool watching you use the spatula thing. Yeah, there's all kinds of ones. They have all kinds of shapes and options that give you all kinds of different effects. They're really really useful. Um, but yeah, so I don't wash my brushes, is the big thing. Eventually I wash them, but I don't wash them for a long time. I just when I'm done painting, I I wipe them down and then I run them through a solvent bath with a container with like a thing in the bottom, and then clean them. And then I do the same thing with some safflower oil, and then I just leave them with the oil wet. Um, the only thing is you have to use them like the next day. If you don't use them the next day, then you have to like dunk them in oil again so that they never dry, basically, is what you're doing. You're just keeping them from ever drying. Um, there are you can get a paint dip, or you can make your own paint dip that keeps it, wet for longer. I don't, but you can, and it's probably very useful. But yeah, that way I don't have to like go through the process of like washing the brushes, because washing them takes a while. I do eventually wash them eventually. Uh, Sabra says, I know Ben Valentin keeps his brushes in oil permanently until he just breaks or something. It looked terrifying, sticky mess, but it works for him. Yeah, I know a lot of artists who do that. They'll use those. They'll literally just keep it in like hanging into a bath of oil or something like that. Yeah, I know. I know a lot of artists do that. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, that's definitely an option. Um, I will also mention I only use synthetic brushes. I have no idea how this affects natural hair brushes. I'm against natural hair brushes, so I don't care. Sorry. But yeah, um, it's also worth mentioning for anyone who's curious. Don't I would say don't use um, or I would caution against using like baby oil. I know some artists do that. My understanding is it's not good because mineral oil or baby oil, it never dries, and you don't want your paints to never dry. Um, yeah, so I guess a word of caution there. I know some people use clove oil, like essential clove oil, in their paint dip. That my understanding is fine, but I'm not an expert. Like, sure, some people will say it's not fine, but yeah, whatever. I don't know. Well, that is one thing that's frustrating with oil. There's so much like people talk so much about what is okay, what isn't okay, what is archival, what isn't archival. And there's a lot of like misinformation out there too. Like some people think something is, some people think it's not. It's just such a mess. All of that stuff. You put it in homemade inks? Interesting. Clove oil and homemade inks. Why? I'm so curious. To stop things growing in there? Interesting. You hadn't heard about it being used in oil paints? Yeah, I use it in oil paints as well, but I use it uh, in a little container in my sealed palette only to stop the stop it from oxidizing as fast. I don't actually put it in my paint. Um, yeah, but some people do. It slows the drying time significantly. You can also drop whole cloves in. It prevents mold growing and smells great. Interesting. I think it's really interesting that you make your own inks. That's really cool. I didn't make my own, but I did buy walnut ink, and I do love the look of walnut ink. Such a pretty, color, and it turns into such a pretty color too. Yeah, ink making was a more away from was a move away from fumes and waste products of oil painting because we all shared one big room when you first was a kid when your first kid was born, and you didn't want to be painting in hazardous material. Totally get that. Yeah, it was such a cool way to learn about pigments availability. Walnut ink is a classic. You love it. Yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, I can totally see that. I have to be careful with fumes because of my animals. as a lot of people here know, I have 3 cats and a dog, and some of the cats love hanging out in my room, and so I'm very aware and very cautious about like what I can and can't use and stuff like that. Cats are also, for anyone who isn't familiar, they're actually really uh, very they're very small and susceptible to fumes. I'm sure other animals that are small are as well. I just don't know about them as much. But yeah. Dylan, have you ever done what's it called? Inktober? Have you ever participated in that? Louise says, I have a bird, so yeah, it has changed the way I do some things. Absolutely. You got to be careful with them. And yeah, I would imagine birds being very sensitive to fumes. Cats specifically, I know are you have to be careful with essential oils, like stuff that is not toxic and even not toxic to them all the time in in atomized form. Like if you use one of those like things that scent the room, you put oil in it and it like vaporizes it to scent the room. You got to be careful with those. Dylan says, I sure have a couple times. He taught as a guest artist with the Sketch Art School for Inktober 2020. Oh, that's fantastic. I figured you would have participated. I did it 1 year. It's so hard. It is a very it is a very difficult challenge for sure. Hard keeping up with the daily rhythm. It is. Also, the thing that I ran into as well was like um, just having an idea or knowing what to draw was really challenging. And of course, time is also a big factor. Like I was working at the time, and so juggling them is obviously very challenging. So you only have like you don't have all night to work on it. You only have a couple hours. So it's like, okay, gotta get this done. And it's like, I don't know what to draw. I don't have any ideas. I'm tapped out. but I learned a lot from it. I did think it was worthwhile. I think it's a great challenge to do. Someone, or not someone, I should say, uh, what's her name? Lena Danya tried to get an a version of this with oil paint up and running. Um, I don't, and she actually did it. She did a painting every day for a month. She did, they were small, and I think she may have missed like one day or something, but still, it was super impressive because I'm just like, damn, that is a lot to do. Um, that is just a lot. Maybe 1 year I'll try and pull that off. What's their name? Also has a version of that. There's a Strata as like the Strata challenge or something like that. Um, yeah, where they do it's like plein air painting every day. All right. Overall, I think this is going fairly well as far as trying to. I don't know if Dylan, I don't know if you were here earlier, but my goal was to actually finish this in one setting. So we'll see if I can pull that off today. But yeah, my goal is to try and just have it done by the end of the stream today. Thanks, Dylan. I appreciate that. Yeah. I wish I'm sure a lot of people here are familiar with the Portrait Artist of the Year. I wish that was something I could participate in. Um, yeah, I would definitely have to practice to hit their 4 hour mark, but I would love to do that. I think even if I didn't win, it would be so much fun to participate in like Portrait Artist of the Year. I also think I'm fairly confident that everybody who participates in that probably gets a huge boost to their social media following and everything like that, of course. But I also think it'd just be fun. Even if it just aired like on TV here, I would do if it aired on TV regularly, I would do a stream dedicated to it every week where I tried to like do what the do what the show was doing. I would totally do that. I don't even know if they're doing another year like a I don't know. I'll find out on YouTube at some point. That's a little too high, but that's fine. Oh, a paint along stream with Artist of the Year. Do it. I don't even know if they're like the problem is I don't have like it's in the UK and with Sky and it's very hard. They're very what's it called? Like I don't even know if they're doing it this year or not. I guess I could do it with one of the older years. You could do like, you know, one from like a couple years ago, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know if they're even doing a new one this year. No clue. I guess, I guess, yeah, I could use an older year just for funds kind of thing. All right, I think it's time to go back in and add some more drawing to this. Actually, no, one second. Before I do that, two things. Let's fix some of this. I want to have a good base so I can actually get in there and do some more. If anyone here who's, I'm just out of curiosity, if I set it up, would anybody here be interested in doing a paint along with Portrait Artist of the Year, or would you mostly be watching? Either is fine. I'm just curious. Or would you do it after the fact, maybe based off of scheduling and time kind of thing? Let's see. It could be hilarious. Yes, I'd love that. Okay, cool. All right, all right, all right. I'll set it up. I'll set it up. It'll probably be a Sunday because that I have the most time for on Sundays. So I will see about setting it up. Maybe even next Sunday. I have to see. I'll find an episode and I'll pick out. I'll try and pick out what I think is the best reference from, from the episode, so we can all kind of work on the same one. But I'll link to it in case you want to use a different reference. Dylan says, I don't really know how Portrait Artist of the Year works. Would we be painting the same muse as the artists in the competition? Yeah, so that's what I'll do. I will find an episode on YouTube. I will capture a screenshot of what I think is like the painting I want to do from one of the three people. I'll link to it so people can choose whoever they want, but I'll be picking for myself and sharing that with everybody so you can pick, you can do it. Uh, let's see. Zan says, I'd give it a shot, sure. If you did an older show, you could get a screenshot of the model. Yes, that's what yeah, exactly. Since you wouldn't be able to see them for the most of the show, and of course, the show doesn't run for 4 hours. Would you do it within the show time? Actually, the show, no. So the show, the runtime of the show is an hour, but they get 4 hours. So I would stream for 4 hours and do it. Well, I'll probably stream for a little longer than 4 hours, but I would designate 4 hours painting time. I'm still here. I'm just going to stretch for a minute. But yeah, that's how I would do it, I think. Oh. So I'd have a screenshot for myself so I can see them for the whole, 4 hours. And of course they have to interview and talk and do all that stuff too. So I'd do the same thing for myself. I wouldn't like subtract time necessarily. I might, I don't think I'd give myself like I might be a little lenient with the time for myself. Obviously, you guys are on your at home. Like, what am I going to do? But I'm saying for myself. But I'll try and stick to the 4 hours. All right. I'm gonna use a new brush, and we'll see if how well it works out. I'm gonna try a brand new brush for the drawing part. I feel like I need a sharper, tighter brush to pull this off. Yeah, yeah, I'll do that. It'll be fun. All right. I think this one has enough of a point. We'll see if I can, load it up enough. We'll see. I think with this type of brush, I think I have to do my mixing with a palette knife and then just use the brush or just painting. I don't think I can mix with it. It is too, spindly. And yeah, I'll get the stuff if I can. I'll get it ready prior to the day so that people can like be prepped for what they want. So yeah, let me see if I can get it ready for this weekend, or if not, it might have to be the following. But yeah, I can't do it at night. There's no way I'll have 4 hours kind of to do that. But yeah. All right. So anyone who paints hair, like wispy, flyaway hairs and stuff like that. If you're painting over a background, like I currently am doing, um, it's worth paying attention. A lot of times, taking the color of the hair as it is and just painting it directly over um, isn't is like doesn't visually look correct. And a lot of times, what you have to do is kind of either thin out and make it a little more of a translucent paint, or you have to kind of mix in some of the background color into it. Um, yeah, it just sometimes looks wrong if you go in with the color on its own with no modification. So something to pay attention to if you ever get do that. I think that applies a lot more to dark hair than it does to light hair, but it probably applies to both under different circumstances. The reason is because we we can't see that detail, so it's too fine of a detail. So you get light that like wraps around and bleeds, and so our perception of the color just isn't, you know, change or it's not as dark as the, you know, hair actually is. Why am I being so stupid? I said it before. Need to use a palette knife. Very strange combining these two like um, techniques. Got to tap out. No worries. Can't wait to see the finish. Thanks for painting me. It's been great watching your progress and hanging out. Hey, it was awesome having you here. Thanks so much for stopping by. And yeah, I will definitely be posting this and sharing it. So, and if you want, we can talk about, uh, you know, figuring something out. I'm totally cool with like sending it to you or something. We'll figure something out. Bedtime over here. Yeah, absolutely. Have a good night. Yeah, you too, man. Have a good night. All right, so the issue is trying to make it certain areas look more drawn than, you know, than painted. I have to figure that out. I mean, the most obvious one is to just bust out my wiping tool. That will definitely solve that problem. But I would like to avoid, or rather, I'd like to find a different solution. Although I might end up just doing that. Because sometimes it's nice to just make your life easier instead of harder all the time. You know, my head keeps getting in this shot. Oh, we have a visitor. I have a very fluffy, soft visitor here. Hi, Justin. Hi, baby boy. All right. I'm gonna go face cam. Hi, baby boy. Oh, I know you came here because it's almost dinner time, huh? Yeah. Oh, you're so fluffy. Yeah. You're a star and you don't even know it. Oh, look at you. Yeah, there's nobody there. Justin, there's nobody in my monitor. Don't worry about it. He's scared of the other cat in the monitor. The other cat in the monitor, for the record, was once it was Dylan's cat, and every other time it was just him. He just was afraid of his own self. He's not very bright. So cute and pretty. I'm in love. Yeah. I don't really do pet portraits, I'll be honest. I never really found them all that interesting. But yeah. He's so fluffy. Look at that belly. Oh, look at that belly. Just my hand disappears inside all of his floof. Yeah, he saw himself in OBS once on my monitor. So now he's like very wary of my monitor. He's like, I know there's another cat living in there. I saw him. Yeah, Justin, that's just you. You saw yourself. He's named Dresden after Harry Dresden, the wizard in a book series, the Dresden Files. All right. I see a mistake. I need to fix said mistake. Cats are so dumb and clever at the same time. They really are. They really are. It's funny. It's so funny. They also have this attitude of like they rule the world, but God forbid something doesn't go as it, something's out of whack. Like, they move or you have to put them in a car and suddenly it's a disaster. They're very silly. All right, let's fix this little bit here. And if we're fixing bits, might as well fix other bits. One of the challenges is trying to like balance that painting and drawing concept right now. They they kind of conflict a little. And that is in the wrong place. Hey Donley, welcome. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. You're prepping for a client meeting at the moment, getting some references together. Hope you're good. I'm doing good. Good luck. I hope that all goes really well. I won't demand anything of your time, but good luck, man. Welcome back, Des. Good to see you. For anyone who stopped in or has came back or whatever, uh, the subject of uh, Portrait Artist of the Year came up earlier, and we talked about possibly doing a Portrait Artist of the Year paint along um, uh, next week or sometime. I'll find an episode online. I will find photo reference and I will link it. And of course, everyone who wants to can participate. And I will try and do my own, my own painting in 4 hours based off of the, what's it called? Off of the reference. I think it'll be fun. And just so everyone is prepped in advance, I'll also share about it and post about it. But also, most likely, I am not going to be picking a young, pretty, you know, actress or model or whoever for the reference. Probably, no guarantees, but generally speaking, craggly old men are the easiest. No, use someone normal. What do you mean use someone normal? I mean, they're all going to be actors or actresses or sports or something. Not young, pretty things. Oh no, like I said, most likely craggly old man. They're the easiest to paint generally. Like you put down paint and you're like, oh, is that wrinkle slightly in the wrong place? Who cares? There's a million other other wrinkles. Oh, did my brush leave down some texture I wasn't planning on? Oh well. But you do have the episode to pick from, so if you want someone else, you can pick someone else. But I'll share the link so you can A, pick who you want, and B, see who I'm painting. I'm gonna go to bed. Hey, no worries, Sabro. Um, it's really amazing to see how much work you get done in a short time. Oh, thank you. It doesn't feel like that sometimes, but sometimes I can push through, I guess. But thanks so much for stopping by. And like, in case anyone doesn't know, I paint 3 times a week. So I'm here Monday night, Wednesday night, and Sunday afternoon, uh, Eastern time. So yeah, thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. It says I feel bad for the sitters who get artists who just can't capture them well. Some must be harder to paint or something. So some people are harder to paint than others for sure. Sometimes angles, I'll be honest, I think sometimes they kind of set them up for failure a little bit, because they will pick, sitters who um, are harder. And then also sometimes the colors that they have them sitting by just makes it so much harder, right? Let us know, Separate says, let us know when you do the paint along with Portrait Artist of the Year. I'm in for watching. Absolutely. I will post about it. So, you know, some people, I don't know that some people are inherently more difficult to paint than others, but I will say this. Generally speaking, this is a very generalization, but a lot of times people are better at drawing and painting people that look like them, especially if they're new or inexperienced. And the reason for that is I think is fairly obvious, but it's like, who do you see all the time? Yourself. So you see yourself, you have yourself as reference, you study your own you study yourself in the mirror, you can look at yourself for reference, you can look at yourself for anatomy, like all those things. That's what you're familiar with, right? There's a reason that a lot of artists, if they're men, can draw men really well, and if they're women, can do women really well, but can't do the opposite. Now, of course, like I said, this is usually in the beginning, usually people who haven't developed their skills, and not 100%, of course. Um, and the same goes for skin tone, right? I'm much more familiar with how light interacts with skin that is my complexion because I see myself all the time and I see how light interacts with me, like it's fairly, straightforward, right? Um, so that is one aspect of things. Um, As Anne says, this is looking gorgeous. I have to check out. But through the magic of YouTube, I will pause you here and be back. Awesome. Thanks for this. I have really enjoyed it so far. Oh, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And yeah, the VOD will be here. You can watch it later. Absolutely. Have a good time. A good night. I don't know what time you're in. So have a good day or night or whatever. Um, yeah. And thanks for stopping by. But yeah, I think those things make it harder for certain people, like when they pick the models, and then also, like I said, the colors that they put them, you know, um, next to sometimes I think just makes their life so much harder. Like sometimes they put people with these like really, really bright colors behind them. Just like that. Or like very decorative things. And I'm just like, oh, this is just going to make their life so much harder. Dunley says, you know what would be an awesome thing to do is setting up a bunch of camera positions around the model where artists might sit and have it so people online could pick their spot where they want to draw from. If you've ever drawn from a live model and gotten stuck sitting at a bad angle, I think you'll know how cool this could be. Oh yeah, that is another issue that they have. Some people get stuck with the bad angle. 90% of the time, not always, but 90% of the time, when someone gets stuck with a profile, they're screwed. Uh, because people are not as good at painting profiles in general, and it's 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 harder to get the depth of form in profile. And I see this every time in that show. They almost always fall apart because it's just harder. It's it's harder to get that form. Uh, yeah, this some pull it off, and some are smart and just move, um, or go and take a photo reference from a different angle. I've seen that a couple times. Yeah, Donnelly makes a good point with that. Absolutely. Ooh, I'm getting close to the limit on time that I do have. So let's see if I can wrap this up. I'm going to use the quinacridone rose mostly for my like, not mostly, but I'm going to rely on it for a lot of my drawing stuff right now. It's a good it's a good color for drawing on paintings for numerous reasons. Very bold, so you can see it, which is always good. You want to be able to see what you're drawing. It's semi-transparent, so you can still kind of blend it in. It reads as both a dark and a light a lot of times because while it can be dark, it is so saturated that we read it as kind of both. And on people, it's a complementary color because it's so warm, whereas phthalo can be very, very harsh. Not a perfect color. There are instances where it's hard to see. Like I'm not gonna sit here or rather stand here and tell you it's perfect, but you know, good. It's definitely a good color. I've loved watching this develop. Gotta go to bed. Thanks for the fun. Absolutely. Thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Have a good night. And like I said, I'm here 3 times a week. If you feel like stopping by, I appreciate it. Um, and I don't know. I don't got anything else to say. Thanks. I appreciate the company. Oh, thanks, Des. Yeah, no, I started this on stream today. I was trying to, my goal was to finish it, to get it done, start to finish today. And I'm trying to incorporate the like drawing with it because of how Dylan draws. So I'm trying to kind of combine the two. Practicing for portrait artists piece in a way. Actually, I hadn't even thought of it originally. It was just like, I just thought I'd do it for the fun of it kind of thing. And then the idea came for Portrait Artist of the Year type of thing through the conversation. My microphone died, apparently. So, yeah, I have another mic that I'm using. Um, but yeah, that's weird. It just died. I don't know if it ran out of battery or what happened. Um, that's weird. Anyways, all I was saying is that I might have to fix this eye off stream because I'm having some issues with it. But otherwise, I think that's pretty much done. Yeah, bad mic. Seriously, I don't know what happened. That's weird. Um, yeah, I was just putting in some of the like thicker, like uh, thicker stuff. Let's see. Um, you can see some of the thick paint. But yeah. So yeah, this I need to fix a little bit, but I was struggling the brushes. It's fine detail. All it takes is just a little wrong, a little bit in the wrong direction, and it you know, and I need to redo it. So I'm gonna have to fix that off stream. But otherwise, I think I'm pretty much calling it done. Yeah, I got in some really juicy, impasto marks there. Let's see. So, yeah. Um, but I'm at the end of my time. I have to go. So, yeah. Sucks about the mic. Thank you everyone for stopping by. I'm here 3 times a week. I am going to be doing Portrait Artist of the Year sometime soon. Thank you everybody for stopping by. Like I said, I've got like 15 minutes until an appointment and I have to feed the animals. So bye everybody.